Hey, everybody! If you happen to have been watching Zindaris just now, I was hosting him, and if I might have bumped you from watching him, if you wanted to watch him, it is Xindaris. And he's playing a game that I made a while back called Drod. But this stream is about the game I'm making right now, which is called the Godkiller. And I'm going to demo it. I'm going to do some work on it. I don't feel entirely awake yet. I mean, I know I've been up for a while. I've been drinking coffee. It just takes me a while to get going. Don't get me wrong, I don't feel tired, but the brain is not full firing on all cylinders quite yet, but it'll get there. It will get there. Alright, so let's demo. What do we got? I think I left it playing. Let me replay it with maximize, because that makes a better demo. Alright, so I've had this character called a bystander for a while, and recently I hooked it up to a new character model that I received from an artist named Isaac Adivas in Brazil. That's why I'm saying it with that accent, trying to pronounce his name as his mother would, and probably I got it wrong. So maybe trying to pronounce his name as his distant cousin would. So I hooked up the bystanders and with this better art, which you can see up here. Here's one bystander where I'm mousing over. Then here's a brawler over here. This is a different character I've had for a while. Brawlers attack you. Bystanders just stand around, or they might have some directions to go someplace or do some work, but they're not aggressive towards you. They're not an enemy. So let me walk around a little bit. So this bystander, I gave him a new brain yesterday. Not bystander, the brawler. I gave him pathfinding. And I'm seeing for the first time the brawler chase me down stairs, and there are a few bugs in the algorithm. Like, he's doing this interesting thing where instead of following me out the door, he just kind of waits there, and as soon as I walk in front of him, he's going to push me, which is not something I coded to happen. I think it just through idiosyncrasies of the pathfinding algorithm, it has him doing that. But it's interesting to me to see this enemy I've been playing with for such a long time with the same beelining algorithm. Suddenly he's moving in different ways, and I'm keen to consider, like, what are some good types of AI to put on enemies that could be based on pathfinding. So they're like, okay, I wonder why in this case he didn't move either north or east. I don't know. He's moving close to how he did when he beelined. Every once in a while he pauses, which is interesting, and not the behavior I want. There's that hang by the corner behavior that I was looking at earlier. He's like not going around the corner. So in this session, I'm going to debug the pathfinding and make sure it works well. And the overall arc of this weekend is I want to finish up the bystanders. I want a set of tasks that I put together for defining done for the bystanders to be complete by the end of the weekend. And I think that's a conservative goal. I think I can finish them up pretty easily. Maybe even today. I might get ahead of schedule. I don't know. I should stop from saying schedule. I need to be a little bit zen about the whole thing, or Taoist, meaning instead of worrying about like the future of it, just kind of make progress in the moment. That's not even Taoist. Never mind Taoist, but not be too concerned about planning and schedules, because I have enough of that at my day job, and when I moonlight, I need a little refuge from it. Let's see. Will you follow me up the stairs? Nope. Alright, so there's definitely some problems with the pathfinding algorithm. It doesn't need to be super great, to be honest. It needs to allow the creatures to get around trivial obstacles. So I have limitations on how far it seeks to find an optimal path. It needs to be fast, so that if I have 100 enemies and they're all pathfinding, it's not going to do anything to the frame rate. Alright. So I'm considering the best way to debug the 1 to 5 remaining bugs in the pathfinding. I'm assuming there's multiple bugs, actually. I think I probably want to do one more step through with the debugger to see what's up, just to kind of get the lay of the land. But it also feels like I'll probably want some either visualization or debug output to show how the path map is to show the structure of the path map and what's being recommended. It's hard to go through in the debugger and understand it all very well. I'm going to go through the debugger once again. While I'm doing it, I'll think about how I want to continue to debug the rest of it. Like if I want to create some kind of visualization or debug logging that shows info better. Okay. So let me think. Okay, so let's move the brawler. Yeah, let's move the brawler down in that one weird spot where he gets stuck. Let's see what's going on there. Yeah. Okay. Alright, so target CRH 74, 61, 12. I gotta take some notes as I go. I wish I could just look at the scene, but while I'm in the debugger I can't look at the scene, so I have to take notes. 74, 61, 12. And the piece, where are you at? $78, 60, 12. I don't know if I could just make a little diagram of this. Okay, so we got, let's say this is 74. That means the brawler is, let's see, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, and I know there's some kind of wall thing here, and I think I've got brawler here, 78, 60, and then we got 61 here, players here. Hey, text art. Okay, 74, 61, that's the player. We're starting to evaluate. It should be at 78, 60. So let's take a look at what's coming through here. Yep, 78, 60. It's not equal to the target. Lowest distance score should be a 1 or 2 digit number. 4. Okay. So let me see. Let me see. And that distance score would be 1, 2, 3, 4. How is it that I calculate distance score? 1, 2, 3, 4. All right, let me take a look at that, because that's fairly important. Okay, so I add the height distance, and then I say whichever is longer. North, south, or west, east. Whichever one is the larger distance, I'll use that. I don't know if that's a great distance score for pathfinding. I think I might want to write another one specific to pathfinding. But I know it sort of does its job. Okay, so now we're going to look at the current score, or the current square. We will look in each of the 4 directions. Okay, this is looking north, so we're looking at it should be 78.59. Yep. He could walk to 78.59. That square should be empty. I think this will get set to north. Okay. Okay, the distance score on north. It should be counted as further away, but because of my distance scoring algorithm, I don't think it will be, I think it'll be 4 again. Okay, so this is what's creating that pausing behavior. It's not viewing the step that you could take as being beneficial in any way, even though it would be beneficial. It would, well, in this case, the step would be worse, but it's seeing it as the same. So if you went north, you would be further away from the player. So I need to fix the distance algorithm. That might even be all of the bugs. It might be. I say algorithm, it's just a calculation. The distance function. The scoring function. Alright, so everything's showing up as 4. And he's just staying there because he doesn't see any advantage to moving to any of the other squares. But one thing I would have thought would happen though is, hey Z, one thing I would have thought would happen is it would expand out around the corner and eventually evaluate P. Maybe it's expanding out in all directions in a very non-directed way because of the distance algorithm. Like it might be going off and looking all over this whole area. It might be going north first. Yeah, I gotta fix that distance calc. I'm not even really interested in continuing to look at this until I fix that, because it's just really skewing everything. Z, what's going on, man? Do you feel like demoing it? You feel like dropping a URL on me? Should I go to that same code pen thing? Oh, except I lost it. Let me see. Bookmarks. History. Not that one. Yeah, can you send me that URL again? But would you? But wait though. I gotta go over here. All right, can you send me that link again? Cool. All right. Cool. Looks pretty clean. Let's take a look at all this stuff you got. Oh, look at that. That looks. Oh yeah, I see what you did. You got one on-click handler, and then you check the target inside of it. Yeah, that's not bad. That's good. I do like your approach of kind of going to the basics, saying I'm just going to do HTML, CSS, JS. I think you will outgrow it at some point, but thinking about it was a good choice to get like, here's how the browser works at the lowest level before you add a framework to it. But yeah, no, this looks real nice. It's very clean. What's your next step on it? Cool. So you're saying you could save these words, and then you navigate to the study page, and then the words that you saved would be there'd be information about them. Cool. Yeah. Yeah. Nice progress. Yeah. Let me see if I can fix this pathfinding. Let's give it its own distance score. This one I think I'll just say it'll be the sum of each type of distance you have to go. Let's see, so math. Ah, fucking idiot. So a long time ago, I had made well, I'd noticed there were a bunch of functions for floating point that were included in C# called math F, and I thought that's fine for floating points, but I need one for integers. So I made my own version of math F for floating points, but for integers, called math I. I just noticed now that there's a built-in one called math, which is the same thing as what I made, and what I did was definitely redundant. So I'm embarrassed to have created math I. I think I was even like being like some grouchy smartass about it. Like, well, why wouldn't they make one for integers? Fine, I'll make it myself. I'll do it myself. It was there all the time. Math I. Yeah, I suppose this min-max thing is okay. Alright, I'll leave it. Oh, gotta follow my convention and put in things that are called ahead of what calls them, so I can more easily find functions. Okay. Alright, let's see what this does. Hey Z, where are you at? Like in the world, geographically? Atlanta. Coca-Cola Museum. Pretty sweet aquarium down there. I hate the Coca-Cola Museum though. Anyone that's going to Atlanta, I tell them, don't go to the goddamn Coca-Cola Museum. It's just the longest advertisement for Coca-Cola you've ever seen. Smarmy nonsense. You know what? That is the one asterisk I put on it too. It's like that little self-serve fountain area out there with the obscure variations of Coca-Cola. That was the only thing that was kind of okay. I agree with you. But then watching that, they had like a little movie watching area, and they played this cloying advertisement from the 60s about I'd like to give the world a Coke, and oh god, so terrible. So what is my distance score now? 6. Okay, that makes some sense. Let's take a look if that squares up. So if you're the brawler and you're at this square, you are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah. Is that right though? So it should be 78 minus 74. That gives you 4. 61 minus 60 gives you 1. I think this might be over counting the corners. So 1. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, why wouldn't it be? Why wouldn't the distance score be 5? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah. 78 minus 4 is 4. 61 minus 60 is 1. Should have been 5. Why did it come up as 6? 78, 60. Oh, 73, 61. Okay, that's why. Because I didn't do exactly the same thing as previously. I moved over to here. Okay, that's better. Yeah, I'd rather go to Disney World than Coca-Cola Museum any day. Like all of the Disney theme parks, like they're not all like wonderful for me or anything like that, but I can find little pockets of cool shit inside of any of those Disney parks. If I go to Disneyland, I actually quite like historical stuff around Main Street. I haven't been there in a while, but Pirates of the Caribbean, I'll always go on that when I go. The Haunted Mansion, I'll always go. I like that Swiss Family Robinson giant treehouse thing. Disney World, yeah, that's the one. I won't say that's the one. There's a whole bunch of Disney parks now. That one I've never gone to, actually. No, I've not seen it. I've seen old Star Wars stuff. They've always had some kind of... No, I guess that's not true. What am I thinking of? I'm thinking of... it was like, even back in the 90s, they had some Star Wars thing. But no, I haven't seen the new Star Wars stuff. That would probably be worth seeing. Yeah. I'm not actually a fan of Walt Disney, but I'm impressed with his work that he's created over the span of his life, and you know the whole thing about how he would just choose something to do that nobody else was doing and just kind of push at it, and then eventually he would create something that the world accepted and thought was cool, you know. Yeah, no, Walt Disney was he was a strangely driven man. Okay, so path. This seems like it's going okay. Current square is at 6. If we go north, I would like to see a different distance score. I think it should be 7. Yeah. No, it does feel like a gift when you kind of get obsessed with something, and it does feel like a gift. Like, if there was such a thing as muses, though, like, you know, the idea of muses, there'd be like these like creatures that would bestow upon certain individuals gifts of creativity, passion. Like it would be kind of a strange thing. Like if they really existed, you might distrust your drives, though. You could think of them as being planted there by something else besides you. I was. So, in the 80s, that's when I was a teenager. Or actually a preteen, and then a teenager. In the 80s, not everybody had a computer. So you go to somebody's house, and if they were sort of like a rich kid or something, you know, they might have like a VIC-20 or a Atari 2600 or something like that. Early 80s we're talking. And as soon as I saw that, when I went over to like somebody's house like that, I would just start bugging that person. Can I try out your computer? Well, maybe after dinner. Okay, dinner's done now. Can I try out your computer? And then like at school, this is like before my family had a computer. There'd be like one Apple IIe that was in the library, and they would bring all the kids in, and the librarian would say, "Hey everybody, here is a personal computer. We've got some programs loaded on it. You can try it out." And we would try out, you know, there'd be like some game like Hangman or something really simple, but I was enthralled with it. And then I would ask the librarian, can I get more time on the computer? What about after school? And then so all my friends would have gone home, they're watching cartoons, and I'm like thinking I'm the luckiest guy in the world because I get to stay after school and do whatever I want on the Apple IIe, don't have to wait in line to get on it. And I was so excited. And like the other kids, they don't want to be on the computer, you know, they want to go home and watch cartoons. But for me, it's like it was like a magnet drawing me to it. If I just knew there was one in a room someplace, I couldn't think about anything else. And finally my family got one. And my mom, she was a writer, and she had this computer called a K-Pro 2, and it was for her writing. And it said, "I don't want a typewriter anymore. I want to write things on a computer. That's the new way people are doing it." And so, you know, she did that. And she said to me, "Okay, I don't want you playing games on this all the time. You can be on it for an hour a day." I go, okay, whatever. I just want to be on it. So I would get on it, and then I started writing some programs on it. There was some games that came with it, and I could see their source code, and I started changing it and getting like deep into that. And then my mom noticed that I wasn't using the computer just for playing games, and she said, "Okay, you can be on as long as you want." Hey, Kamikaze Toy, man, it's been a while. So yeah, it was like a drug for me. You couldn't pull me off the things. I would go on like camping trips and be away from the computer, and the whole time I was thinking about what I was going to do when I got back home, and I'd get on the computer again. We had little paper plates for camping, and I'm like writing code on the paper plates. As soon as I get home, I'm going to put the code into the computer. Yeah, that's like an easy way to do it. You know, just like if you're just starting out and I see this code here and I don't know anything about it, I think, this looks cool, but I don't want to learn Korean right now. I want to learn Spanish. So I would like, change all these to be Spanish. The game is going steadily along. Steadily. It's going sweet. I'm making a pathfinding algorithm right now. Okay. There's a chance that this thing is just, it's fixed everything. So I'm just hit play and just see what it's doing. Get its behavior. Yeah, so he went around the corner now. That fixed that issue. But he is getting stuck. He's not figuring out that he needs to kind of go around this little corner here. Huh. Yeah, he's just beelining. He's not pathfinding. Kamikaze Toy, what have you been up to? It's been a while. I've been getting some work done on the game every day. Of course, it's not my main job. It's a moonlighting project. And yeah, it's been fun. I forget, like, were you working on a game? Or, like, do you have any, like, projects that you're applying programming to? That happens a lot when you're like kind of learning or I noticed that pattern is like a bunch of people maybe earlier in their game programming career or programming they just end up making a lot of small projects that they get a little ways on and then they stop, and it's not a bad thing. I think in earlier days I had about 40 unfinished projects. Cubes. We gotta have some cubes. Alright, so he's not finding a path around obstacles. Let me contrive a case where he has to go around an obstacle. Let's take the brawler. Sure. What aspect of it, though? 'Cause I mean, that's a large topic. Like when you say, how does it work? What's the thing that you want to focus on? Like the networking, or the lobby, or you meet up with other players, or messages that get sent. Yeah. Okay. So the basic stuff to sort out. You want to figure out what's going to be the source of truth. There tends to be one server that has the source of truth. It is a source of truth. It knows what are the pieces of shared data that affect all the players. So you've got a server that's going to keep track of that. So when I say the pieces of data, I mean like if all these people that you're looking at were all different multiplayers, or different actual humans that were controlling these players, then one piece of data would be, what are all the positions of all these people? Okay, and then you have to expand that collection of data to include everything that could be changed or modified within the game. So I don't necessarily need to have on that server every piece of data in the game. So like this level map here, like these walls will never change, but everything that could be changed by the player should be tracked on that server. Okay, so the next thing you need is it free to have a client server? There are some free options out there. So you figure out your server. We can circle back to that, but imagine you've got your server. It's keeping track of the data. You'll have messages from client to server that basically say either what is the latest data for me, or here is some data that I'm changing. And they should be thought of kind of like transactions. So if you send a message and say, my character that I control is now at this square, then the server takes that and it updates its own data of what is the latest true state of the game, and it puts that new position there. And the other clients, they're also going to be saying, update this data. I know about this data change. Now the server is going to also respond with updates to shared data, so that all the clients can get updates to the shared data. So then you say, like, well, what kind of server do I need? It can't help but be a little bit complicated. That's just the nature of multiplayer. So Z might have some ideas here on servers too, because like he's been using Firebase, for example. So I'm not real familiar with the free options and stuff out there. If I was going to do it and I wanted to do it simple, I would probably create a node-based service. So you'd have REST endpoints, REST, and you'd make calls like in the same way that you call a web page. You can make a request to an API. Yeah, that's an interesting idea. So back in the 90s, there used to be like LAN parties, meaning everybody be on the same network, they'd be in the same room, and most multiplayer games work that way. Okay, then we got into the internet age, and it was more common to have people with internet capabilities, and they would kind of go out to the web to get things. And then for a while, that type of peer-to-peer networking that you described worked quite well because people would run servers on their computers, and it would be pretty easy to connect to them. And then one of the clients could be the server. The trouble is now, because of internet security problems, it tends to be really hard to get a server working on somebody's local computer that's also accessible to the outside world, because people have like their Wi-Fi networks at home and they've got built-in stuff in them that shields it out automatically. So you would have to have each person who participates in that peer-to-peer scheme be a bit of a network expert to set up their computer the right way. Yeah. So it's a good idea. It's just you're either gonna, the constraints would be, yeah, you can do the LAN way, which means everybody's all on the same network, and then it's easy because that's like you invite all your buddies over, and they all hook up to your local Wi-Fi hub, and you're all on the same network. Yeah, exactly. So then in that case, entirely possible to have one of the instances of the game also serve as the server. So if that constraint is not a bother to you, that is a way to get a free server. I gotta think that there are some well, setting up a LAN these days is basically the same thing as setting up Wi-Fi internet. Like if you have somebody over to your house and you give them your Wi-Fi password and say, yeah, go ahead, use the internet, just don't browse any child porn, then that's it. You have a LAN. You have a local area network. And typically when they connect up to your Wi-Fi, your computer is also able to talk to their computer. There is still a little bit of trickiness to it because you'd have to figure out the IP address of the hosting computer. So on the client computer that's connecting, there'll be like some little text box that you put in your game that says enter IP address of host computer. Another way you can do it is you can use there's something called like a broadcast IP. So IP addresses, they look like 192.168.1.1, and then like you connect to your Wi-Fi and it gives you an IP address. So say this is player 1, okay, and they got that IP address from the Wi-Fi router. Okay, then player 2 joins up, and the IP address, the Wi-Fi gives it 3 for some random reason. I said 3 because you might think it's going to be 2, but you won't get to predict that. Okay, so in player 1, they could have a little dialogue that says, who's hosting this, and then they have to put in this IP address. The other way to do it is there's one IP address on any network for broadcasting. It's 255, and you send a message out to 255, and then everybody on the network will get it, and you could do something like have player 1's computer automatically say, I'm the host, everybody, I'm the host, listen to me. And then player 2's computer gets that message and says, okay, we're talking to 1. We're talking to 192.168.1.1. So that's the kind of stuff you get into if you go that LAN way. But yeah, if I was going to do a multiplayer game, and I was new at it, I think I would try to do something a little bit simpler to start, like a turn-based game. The hard part is, getting it all coordinated. Getting all the data synchronized in some reasonable way across all of the clients, and also dealing with ambiguity of information at times when you've got lag, latency. Yeah. So, anyways, that's the gist of that. Let's go back. Well, I mean, it is. It's non-trivial. Yeah. There might be like some tools out there too, more recent ones I'm unaware of, that sort of make it easy, and it's always possible. I never know everything that's happening, in software. So yeah, there might be some good options that aren't nearly as difficult. Alright, so what I want to do is just make a small obstacle for this guy that he has to get around to get to me, just to verify the path finding is working. Well, you say buy a server. I think it's more like rent a server, because you probably don't want to buy a server and keep it at home. It's just such a pain in the ass to figure out all that stuff. Yeah. I think Amazon has got like some free instances though. Yeah, listen to Z on that, because I've not checked into any of those, and I'm a little bit of a purist about these things, so sometimes I'm biased towards solutions that are kind of back to the basics, as opposed to using third-party things that would make it easier. Yeah, if I remember right though, like you could get like a free Amazon instance. It would be like their kind of most bare bones instance, but it'd be enough to get started. It's non-trivial to set up things on Amazon. Okay, so let me verify that this guy is truly going to be stuck here. Cool, he's stuck. Will he get out if I come over here? Nope. He's totally stuck. Alright. So he would see this as being further away from me. But what I predicted would happen is the search would continue expanding. And it would check here next and here, and then eventually get a path going to the player, and that would say move out here. It's clearly not doing that. So let's be interested to see what you learn on that. Alright, so target CRH 716312. gotta stop saying 12. Who cares about the 12? Brawler would be at 7160. Yeah, I think React actually simplifies your work after a bit. It's like I was saying, like I think you took exactly the right tack in doing the HTML, pure HTML, CSS, JS first. You'll outgrow it. It's a stepping stone. Something like React is going to serve you well. Alright, so that's like this is this is 69. Actually, I think I got this wrong. I think it's okay. 70, 71, 2, 3, and then this is 60, 61, 62, 63. Alright, so I expect the distance from here to here should be 1, 2, 3. Yep. Okay, I expect that north will get skipped because you can't walk to it. Good. I expect south will get skipped, also blocked. Good. This one is going to be west. This one should not get skipped. It will have a distance that's further away. Let's see, first step should be west. Good. Not there yet. Distance score should be 4. Yep, good. Okay. This is east, and it will be blocked. Can't walk to it. Okay. So at this point, I should have to be processed should have 1 in it. Okay, good. Alright. Gotta pee. I'll be right back. Alright. Oh. Okay, so we've now processed 2 squares. Yep. Alright, so now we're looking at, should be 70, 60. I should be able to go north, south, and west from there. I'm expecting south to have like the lowest distance that beats everything else. But I don't think that is the case. I mean, I don't think that's what will happen. Just because I know what the behavior is when I watch it. Okay. Let me just check the current square. It is 70, 60. 70, 60. Good. Okay, what would the first step be? It would be west. West. Okay, distance score going north, I think is going to be what do I think it'll be? If we go north, I think it'll be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, so this is a loser of a distance to go. Alright, this is a bad way to go. But at least it seems that way at this point in the algorithm. Okay, so now we're checking out south. Now this is the way that it should point to it being a good direction. If I go south, that should get me closer than the best one. What's the best one so far? 3. And from here I think it's 1, 2. Okay, it's a tie. It's a tie, but I should get down to here though. I should get down to there. And this should be the one that gets evaluated next, on the next round. Okay. Could be I've got this reversed. Could be the priority queue is it's reversed. It's comparing so that it goes in the opposite direction I want, and it's evaluating squares that are farther away instead of closer. So I'll see that pretty soon if that's the case. Okay, so this is going south, right? Yeah. Okay, cool. 3. This should be in the processing queue now. Okay, so we've got 2 in the processing queue now. North and south of that. Okay, cool. Okay. I think this is west. I think it will succeed. Okay, it's also going to get added to the processing queue. Distance score, I don't know, something unimpressive. 4 or 5, something like that. 5, yeah. Okay. East should not be added back in because it was already processed. Good. Okay, that's it for that. Now let's go through again, and the important thing is which one does it pop off from the queue? Let's see which one it did. Yeah, so it's doing the ones that are further away first instead of the ones that are closer. So in order for it to be a greedy search, it needs to look at the squares that are closer to the destination by the scoring algorithm first. It's doing the opposite. So that suggests a pretty simple change, which is this should be swapped around. So this is the function that determines the ordering inside of the queue. And I think this might be the big fix. There we go. So it seems like maybe there's a certain range where he gets confused, and that's fine. It might be that it might be going up and down steps confuses. Okay. Yeah, he's getting confused again. So if it was like a proper depth first search, the number of squares he would evaluate would be something like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. So it should be well within the budget to find me, because I gave him a budget of evaluating 500 squares to reach me. Alright, so this is the point where I can see I need a little more maybe debug logging to figure this stuff out. I'm thinking about different visualizations that would help me see what the Pathfinder's doing. This is 1, 2, 3, 4. I should have just found the player. Okay, there's a few problems. Let's start with the to be processed queue. Okay. But can also do I end up writing a lot of code for debugging, which will be its own job. Let me start simple. Let's say to delete employed. Alright, let me see if this helps me. Try that. Okay, let's see what it's doing. Okay, so at the beginning it's just got 70, 60, 12, okay. Then it will add in all of these should say west. West, 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 west. All of them should say west. Okay, I know something else I want to see. I want to learn if I'm getting to the target or not. So debug log. Found the target. Yay. Cool. So here you're finding the target. Okay, it is putting the closest one at the top each time. The rest of it doesn't seem sorted, but maybe it's okay. because it does seem to put the one I care about up at the top each time. Okay, so let's get to a place where it's not working as expected. Yeah, here's a place where it's not working as expected. Okay. So at the end, did you find the target? Did you give up? You found the target. So at the beginning, you had south equal to 9, as was west. Well, that doesn't make sense to me. It picked south because it said I can get there if I go south, is what it said to itself. But I'm wondering why it didn't evaluate west to reach the path. It is true that you can go south and get to the player, but it's not doesn't seem like the greedy route to take. Oh, I understand now. Because at the time that it was evaluated, it was true. It was true that south would bring you closer than would west. So I bet I can still get this guy to come find me, but I just have to keep from going north and south. So if I go this, I think he will go around the corner. Yeah, he does. Alright. Let me think what that means. It seems like I need another heuristic here. Like the overall cost to arrive at a square. So I'm evaluating the result of moving into one square or another. But because I'm not favoring a path that is a shorter distance to travel to get to the destination, it is picking kind of an arbitrary bias, moving one direction or the other. That ultimately causes it to not follow the right path. Okay, so I think I have to add a cost to the eval square. So if the distance score is the same, then I want to look at the cost. It's getting a little bit silly. Let's move all this inside of here. No longer need these. Yeah, let's try that. I think I probably recreated A-star. I think that last change actually made it A-star, but I can't remember the exact algorithm for A-star. It's pretty close to that if it's not that. Still find the target, but choosing to move south. Oh, interesting. Now I'm actually feeling some CPU here, which I don't like. Hit south, and then 2 seconds later, it's having to evaluate a lot. And it did not find the target, so it did all 500. For some reason, it didn't choose to evaluate up in this direction. Okay. Actually, I kind of know why. It's just that as far as it can tell, all the squares down here are more promising to evaluate, so it's just picking those first. That's what I think's going on. So I come back up. Suddenly I found the target, and it evaluates 486 squares to find it. Didn't find the target. Found the target. Is it moving up now? Is it going north? Yes, now it's going north. So it found the target. Still going north? Good for you. Okay, so this is not the most performant algorithm. Gotta say, I should probably. I just don't know why it needs so many evals to find it, though. That part's mysterious to me. Alright, let me take a look at which squares it actually ends up evaluating. Alright, we'll try that. Yeah, it just seems like it really should be finding me many less steps than it is. I'm not sure what the deal is. Okay, so this is more of a simpler case, so let me trace through it. Start eval for 71, 60, 12. $70, 160, 12. Okay. Here it's saying that the distance would have been 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Good. Okay. Fix my debug logging a little bit. Why is this suddenly not logging my queue? I had it before. What's different? Oh, because it's empty. It's got nothing in it. Should make it a little simpler. Okay. So then it says the square to the left is west. Okay. Nothing in the log. Okay. and 70, 61, 12. Okay, so at the end of this, well, okay, what has it got here? It's got 70, 61, 12 down here is 3. 1, 2, 3. Okay, that should be the one to evaluate. Good. Glad you're getting that next. In the queue is 70, 59, 12 going north, or 69, 60 over here going west. $70, 62, 12. $70, 62. All right, so here it's taking it further away. But at that point, all right, I need a little more debug logging to make this simpler to look at. At the bottom of it, I add 1 for west. Then I come process that. When I do, I add in, I keep on forgetting to add this while I'm in scene view. Then I add 70, 61 down here. I add 70, 59 up here, that's further away. and 6960 further away. So the next one that should be evaluated is this one, 70, 61, 12. Okay, good. From there, I had let's see, 70, 61, 12 is going to leave 70, 59 and 69, 60. 70, 59 and 69, 60 are here. Okay. In addition to those, it adds two more. And these ones are sorted correctly. So these ones are in front. 70, 62, which is here, dun, dun, and 69, 61, which is here. Both of them are the same distance. That is true. Okay, so then it will take 70, 62, 12. Which is this one. And it correctly finds the closest one is here, 71, 62, 12. So far it's doing a good job of evaluating the right squares first. It's being greedy. And then it's finding even one closer, 72, 62, 12, which is 72 is over here, 62 is here. It's 2 away. And it adds in 1 away. And it finds the target. And that's it. So that is correct. So let me get this weird case going where it starts evaluating so many. See, right here it should have found the target but not moved to Brawler South. It should have said go up around this way. That's what it should have did. Let's clear that. Okay. So it began here. 7463. And then here's where I think it should have picked. No, I understand. It's got to pick this one first. It's got to look at this one first. Did it find the target? I think it did find the target though. And if it did find the target, it should have evaluated the step count. So I would expect it to be evaluating around here in this area pretty early on, and that would be giving it decisions like, do you want to go here or here, and then here or here, here or here, and then around this time it would say, yeah, this is the way to go. This is the way to go. But I don't think I've added enough in the algorithm for it to distinguish between heading south to go up this way as being worse than heading north to go up this way and around. So it's evaluating all this stuff here. I don't know. Let me see what it's doing. Okay, so 74, 63, 12. It's saying 64, we've got 4. Or we go east and we also have 4. Oh, I just thought of one other thing. So I've got that processed queue to avoid reevaluating squares. So I don't think there's anything that says that if I could get to that same square following a different path that's shorter, that the path should be updated. I think that's it. I think it goes south, evaluates all the stuff about getting to these squares from the south way, and even though it would have been faster to arrive at these same squares going east or north, there's nothing that allows that evaluation to occur. Huh. No, this is tricky. So I gotta brainstorm a little bit. Let's unplay. If a non-optimal path is evaluated, the squares in that path are marked as processed, and it becomes impossible to evaluate an optimal path that would travel through the same processed squares. Alright, now I'm brainstorming. How do I fix this? Let's see. What's the thing I want? Want an ability to causes a lot of extra evaluation on non-optimal paths. As to say more generically, I want less evaluation. Is that what I want? I want less evaluation. I want optimal paths chosen more easily. No, not perfectly. Not perfect. Doesn't have to be perfect. Okay. Then I gotta brainstorm. Alright, let's put some garbage ideas down. Garbage ideas that need refinement. Okay, half ideas. Change to comparator. That's definitely not even half an idea. That's a quarter of an idea. What else? What else? Way to consider processed squares again if the movement cost into them would be less. Or to avoid evaluating a square if another path will be more optimal. Four. Seek from target. I don't know why that would change anything. To from square. 5. It's a little frightening to me that when I get up to 500 squares to evaluate, it's just way too slow. It means like I might be screwed with a much smaller number, because if it's registering in seconds for 500 squares evaluating, it might be like 100 milliseconds for just evaluating 50 squares, which is way too much. Got a feeling that all my brainstorming ideas are crap. Let's do the one that I hate. I'll find a third party pathfinding now. I can use that instead. I feel close on this. It might be a sunk cost fallacy, but it feels like I should be able to get this one to work. It feels like it's close. So I'm really bothered by the CPU usage. I just wonder if it's a priority queue implementation. Because that's just a lot of work. Like, I feel like I could just do a pass over like the whole friggin' array. If I just put in a list or an array, and I said, just give me the cheapest or the closest square in that array, to iterate over 500 elements and just find the minimal one, that operation would not take that long. What is this stuff with seconds of delay, seconds of CPU? That seems horrible. Of course, my debug logging might be messing that up a little bit too. I don't think that's it though. So let me start thinking through some of my ideas. Would a change to the comparator actually do anything? What could I change about it that would be useful? Like I'm hoping that it would evaluate, you know, the north and the east movement before it would the south, but what information would it have at the point where it is evaluating in there that one is better than another? It doesn't know enough when this guy is down here, and this, whoops, and this lady is over here, and she goes south. There's no reason with my greedy algorithm for this dude to evaluate this square first. I mean, to evaluate this square or this square first. It doesn't know anything that would say that these are good. Not yet. He goes south here. He starts evaluating, well, about this, okay, it looks at all these three. This one will pop up as the one to look at next, and it'll continue until it gets to the wall, and then either this one or this one will be equally good. So let's say it picks the south one first, then it will add this guy, but then the other one here will be closer distance, so it'll be evaluating that one next, and then it'll go here, 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 and then finally this guy will evaluate, and it'll say, you know, this is the way to go. This is the way you want to go. Well, it won't say that. It'll say this is the most promising square that we have so far, and that'll get evaluated next. Then here, and then here, 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 and then it's just a straight line down. So the path it found was like that. I think this is something that I was warned about when I was looking at different algorithms. So I want something though, like where it'll come back and look at the north and east. But why would it ever with this algorithm? What change could I make where it would decide it wants to evaluate north and east, which is not the greedy decision? I could say for any square that I'm evaluating, is there another unprocessed square or to be processed square that would arrive at that location with a smaller step count. But that still wouldn't be true for east. East would be equally as good as south for getting to this square. And it's really like I need an evaluation when I get to this square that it is possible to get to it faster. The other thing I'm playing with in my head is some kind of level analysis that figures out like a set of nodes that are like a simplified version of how to get from different points. So it could be something like there's a node here, there's a node here. It might be fun to add in paths and roads, because they're very visible to the player how they work. It would give predictability to the pathfinder. It might be interesting as far as making puzzles with and stuff like that. Yeah, that might be a good way to go. Did a little bit of work on my iPad on algorithms around these lines. I do have these things called tracks. Let me take a look at those. Huh. Bad thing about tracks is I have to mess up my floors with them. Okay, so I can make some paths and roads. I'm already kind of liking the visibility of them, that you can see them as the player and you can make predictions about how things are going to move based on these tracks and roads. So let me think about it a little bit. So I've got a couple problems here. One is Jesus, come on, there we go. One of the problems is that the path that the brawler is going to take is not going to look good. It's going to do weird things where it goes south to come back up around here. And the other problem I've got is that computationally it's very expensive. I may be able to optimize it. It might be like the priority queue that I grabbed is just really super slow. Not to diss on that guy that made it. I don't know if that's true or not. And if it is slow, not his problem. He made a nice blog explaining the whole algorithm, and you know, it's sort of like a reference implementation or an educational implementation. So I've got those two problems. Weird paths where it won't look good. You'll say, like, why does that creature walk along that circuitous route? And the second one is that the CPU hit seems like it's going to be large. So I could do something kind of fun that has gameplay value with paths and roads. Add something visually to the screen. You've got something else to look at. You know, here's a nice little path. I think it could end up being faster. Let me think of the algorithm a little bit. So maybe just to prototype this, I'll go ahead and use some ice to just make some example paths, just to kind of think about it. So let's say this isn't ice, but it's like a little path that somebody could walk on. So I picture these paths being optional for whoever is trying to figure out where they're going to go. They could walk on the path or off the path. And the logic would go like this. If it's possible to reach the target with a beeline path, sorry, overusing the word path, overloading it a bit. Let's call this a road, since I have to use the word path a lot. So we'll say if this guy can reach the player using a beeline path, meaning you just say, let's head directly for them. Are there any obstacles in the way? No? Okay, if you can reach the player or the target with a beeline path, don't worry about roads. Don't need them. But if you can't, then you say, the point, the node in the road that is closest to the player, you ask yourself, could I reach the player with a beeline path from that node in the road? And this is a node here. So this endpoint is a node. This spot here is a node. This is a node. This is a node. Okay, there's got to be some facility where you say not every single square is a node, otherwise you'd be doing all kinds of calculations for each square in the road. I don't want to do that. Okay, so you say the node that's closest, this one, could I beeline to the player from it? Yeah, you could. No obstacles. Okay, if that's the case, this guy says my next step is just to get to a road. And he would say, what's the closest node to me? The closest node is here. So he'd walk all the way to here. That's going to lead to some weirdness. I would prefer that he walk to the nearest road square. Anyways, that part could be optimized so that he doesn't look stupid. Anyways, once he gets on the road, then there's still some kind of path searching, like a node traversal type of a thing. But instead of it being the evaluation of hundreds of squares, it'll just be the evaluation of each node. Of what is the path to travel over the nodes to arrive at the target node, which is the one that's closest to the player that has a beeline. Closest to the target that has a beeline. Fairly complex. It's not a simple algorithm. think if I can simplify the algorithm a little bit more than what I just described. I could say that each road has pre-calculated directions to get to any square on the road. That can be handled at a pre-processing time. Could also say, forget that whole thing about if you don't know how to get to where you're going. Find your way to the road. Could just say that if you happen to walk onto the road, suddenly you've got all the intelligence that the road can offer you. The road is sort of like an upgrade to your ability to find things. As soon as you step on the road, you have this pre-calculated knowledge of how to get to any point on the road. So that feels like something that could be solved one time with pre-processing, and that would make it fast. Okay, the next question would be, how does the agent or creature that's on the road know which point in the road it wants to be at? Creepy bug walking across my window. I live in a swamp. It just doesn't look like a swamp because they put a bunch of buildings on top of it, but it's a swamp. It's a nice neighborhood. They put the facade of a beautiful, lovely neighborhood on top of a swamp. But I live in a swamp. And I know that because of the quantity of weird bugs that walk all over my window. Okay, so I'm liking more and more this idea of roads. I know they're ambitious, but I think they'll also be fun. I think they'll be better than this pathfinding algorithm I started with. Okay, so what else could a road have pre-calculated? There could be things like some kind of table of target squares to locations on the road that you want to get to. Some kind of index. But the number of target squares could be so large. Let me start. Roads. Okay, pre-processing. And that's non-trivial. I mean, that's a lot of data to store. I'd have to do something like I have to do some clever stuff with the data structures to kind of compress all that information. Maybe run length encoding, something like that. Okay. Playtime. Playtime. If a creature walks onto road, it uses road directions to go to target. Okay. So maybe it is as simple as find road square that is closest to target. Alright, be right back. 2 minutes. So thinking about what am I storing with the road, and how is it going to help me at playtime? So I could say each road square has got directions to every other road square. I might also say each road square has directions to every other square you might want to reach, not just the road. I could simplify it a little bit. I could say it has directions to every square you might want to reach on the current height or layer. So a layer is stupid compilation thing. A layer is just like all the squares that comprise the level at one height. So it would be each one of these road squares would know how to get to any point on the same height, and it would give you directions that would favor staying on the road, because after all, if you leave the road, you no longer have directions. But when you did get to a road square where the destination you're asking for, you can't get it any closer to it by traveling on the road, then the road directions would also tell you that is it, end of the line, get off the road here. And from there you're on your own. Maybe you can beeline to the target after leaving the road, maybe not. So we could say each road square has array, let's say direction, which is just an int, and then call count, row count. So in terms of memory, what would that be? Because this seems like a lot to store, but maybe it's not that bad. So so the direction, let's say it takes 4 bytes. It's just an integer, but think of a 32-bit integer. That sounds about right. In fact, let's say it's a 64-bit integer. Let's be conservative. Say it takes 8 bytes. 8. No, screw that. It's going to take 1 byte because I'll just use a character to represent it if I have to. Okay. So 1 byte. Call count, let's say pretty large level would be 100 by 100. So 100 by 100 equals 10k per. Can run length encode this though. Okay, so if it's 10k per though, just think about just if we do it the simple way without any run length encoding. Then maybe in a level like this, also I need to move this over to my text file so that it doesn't keep on recompiling on me. All right. Something like this with lots and lots of roads. How many did I put here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Okay, so 18 squares just for that. Let's imagine a fairly dense level where 10% of the squares in it were road squares. Okay. That would mean for 100 by 100 layer and 10% roads. Okay, 100,000 divided by 10 to get our okay, so 1,000 times 10k equals 10,000k. So divide that by 1024 to get megabytes. So 9 megabytes of pathfinding data would be there. But it seems like it's not that much on a modern computer to store 10 megabytes in memory. We have gigabytes of RAM. We load in one time when the level starts. I do love this thing where you can predict what these creatures are going to do as soon as they walk onto the road. You say, oh, they're going to get smart when they get on the road. So if I run length encoded it, it would get a lot smaller. It would be kind of like, instead of storing you know, like a megabyte for this section up here, it would be like 10K or something like that. No, I mean, it really would make it much, much smaller. I I think maybe I do want to run length encode. Alright, so if I RLE encode then my road score is going to look like so it would look like from int from I to I, and I would use the index kind of like I would make a linear version of column and row, so that every possible column and row value inside the layer has its own unique index, so I can think of it in a linear fashion, and then direction, step direction. And then actually, so this is like that. And this is going to be just like list road direction. Road directions. I should not use the word direction because it's already meaning elsewhere compass direction. So let's call this instruction. Okay. Okay. So that's pretty good. I can definitely see calculating this in pre-processing. It doesn't matter if it's slow then. That's the beautiful part. I can also make this even more memory friendly. What is saying car calls times rows and then each byte will have each car will have a code, like north, south, west, east. Yeah, I like that, but no, it's not as good. It's not as good. That goes back to 10K, you know, or something like that for each thing. That's right. Okay, I don't want to do that. But this can be simplified. So this can just be int count. This doesn't have to be a list. It can be an array. Car direction. Okay. Road piece, which might actually be the same thing as road square now that I think about it. Okay. Road util. Okay. Road map. Roadmap is layer set layers containing road pieces, and this has to be serializable. This has to be serializable. Serializable. Okay, the other thing I'm leaving out of this is vertical movement. It feels like you could make roads have instructions for every single place. For every single place that you might want to go on that one layer. But it'd be too much to get volumetric about it and have it also have instructions for every single place you might go and all the other layers up and down. It's too much. But do I want something like directions to the stairs that will make you go up or down to different heights that you might want to go to? If I did, it would be something like an extra data structure that tells you where in column and rows to go to in order to find the thing that will take you to different heights. Let's create another one, we'll call it this really might be biting off more than I should chew. So it's going to say for any combination of you are on this at this height. Let's see. Okay, the key will be I can populate the vertical instructions with the from heights and to heights that correspond to road squares. So I could say we're not even going to worry about any of the heights that you might want to go to that don't have roads on them. We only care about heights that have roads, and that would simplify it a little bit. And I could use level design to make sure any place I want the creatures to intelligently move to has got roads on it. Okay, so that does leave another problem, which is Okay, you go to one of the access squares, and it will be either a drop off, where you're just dropping down, or it'll be a set of stairs. If it's a set of stairs, the creature needs enough information to keep on moving the whole length of the stairs from any point on it. Since the roads are already kind of like they're already kind of like a social norm or something. They're like a thing where the creature using it turns off their brain and just stays on the path, even if maybe there's some good reasons not to. So because there's already that sort of feel to it, I could remove the idea of dropping down by means other than stairs. It's kind of like a good citizen type of a movement. And you say, well, I'm not just going to jump off the side of a cliff. That's a little bit rough. I'm going to do it the nice way, the good way that we're supposed to. We're going to go up and down steps. So that would simplify it a little bit, so I don't have to keep track of all the little cliffs you could jump off of. And also it makes the player feel cool when they ignore that societal convention and decide to just hop over cliffs and go wherever they want. Okay, so then vertical instruction, access squares. And once you get to an access square, you could quite simply do a vertical beeline. You could look at all the squares around you after stepping up onto that access square, and you could say, which one takes me to the height that I want to get at? I could visually make stairs that are participating in this whole thing as looking like roads that would seem to connect them. Just use a texture that looks the same as the road. Okay, another problem to consider. Got roads. What if you've got different pieces that have varied destinations, and they end up wanting to travel in opposite directions on the same road, and it's like just a single file road even if it was a wider road. Seems like there'd be problems. I could have built into roads the concept of lanes. The right side of the road is one direction, west side's is another. Come on, let me select my thing. Let me select my thing. Come on, let me select my thing. Thank you. Alright. So then they're just all like 2. I mean, it'd be nice if they're also able to cope with single file paths, but I do like the idea, like, there's a right side and a left side, and the directions that are given will end up promoting use of the right lane as you move. So if this guy is here and his target is north, he'll go on the right side of the road towards it. Whereas if his target is south, the first direction he gets will move him to the correct side of the road. The right side, and then he'll continue going south. There does have to be some kind of solver that ends up unblocking these guys. So it might be as simple as if the direction you want to go in is blocked, just revert to beelining, and beelining has got in it this idea that like if you could go south or west and either one would get you closer to your destination, then go ahead and pick that one. But the worst case is the player is right. Okay, here's the case where it gets kind of screwy, and there's always going to be some case too. That's the thing. Unless I mean, it's going to be impossible to foolproof this against blockages. I mean, just in real life, eventually you get the right situation, and it's like people have to do increasingly unintuitive things to get out of blocked traversal. So say the player is down here, right down, dang it. So the player is right down here, and the brawler wants to go towards the player, and this other bystander wants to go north. Actually, it'll be okay with what I just described in this situation. I have to contrive further to mess it up. But basically, like, this guy would move over to this lane first from the road directions, and then they would be on their way. Okay. But what if... Okay, what if this bystander is... This bystander's here, and this guy wants to go south. Road directions tell it you got to move up to this square. And this guy's also trying to move east so he can be in the right-hand lane. Let me rotate this guy. Alright. So if I say that the road direction is the first way you try to go, then these guys, when they get the road direction, they'll both try to move into each other's squares and fail. So then they would resort to beelining. That should untangle most situations. Eventually there'll be one more that gets clogged up, and that'll just be how it goes. I think that's what it amounts to. Yeah. And there's a lot of situations that just get resolved by one of the two conflicting creatures waiting a turn while they're blocked because they don't have any options, while the other one's still able to move. The true locks are when no creatures are able to move, so there's no change in the situation. There's nothing to alleviate the blockage. And those, I think, most of the time I could stop from happening. I don't want to get to a full-on solver where it's doing the node searching to figure out the path around and all that. I don't think I want to do that. It could be a kind of last resort thing that gets used, but even then, detecting the situation where you need to use a full node search to figure out your path, that's its own problem to solve as well. Okay, 2-lane roads. So I might be a little simpler and say, okay, if I'm going to use roads, there'll always be 2 lanes. That would mean like this little guy that comes off into here wouldn't be possible to create. Or it might be something like a 1-lane road. Be a kind of funny story thing to have these people get irritated at you if you are walking through the wrong lane and they're trying to move. Okay. So I'm noticing the time. It's getting a little bit late. I'm gonna set a session goal for this session, and when I get done with it, I'm gonna wrap it up for today and continue tomorrow. Session goal I'm gonna use. I'm just gonna create the model for the roads. I'm just gonna create the 3D model so I can plop it down. You know. Is that what I want to do? That in and of itself is a little bit lengthy of a task too, because I got to do something like the ice. It's got a means of displaying every possible thing, every possible combination. I could reuse the ice pattern and just make, the code for it. That's probably what I should do. Okay, so I'm going to do some modeling to make the roads, and when I finish that, I'll call that a session. Let's see if I've got the guide that I used earlier. Do I need the guide? I don't really need the guide. Okay, let me first just prototype a little bit. Okay, cube. Alright, do I have some materials already that would look okay on this? Let's see. Let's see what I got in here. Try that one. just see what that looks like. I'll go ahead and check it out. Alright, so you don't want to step on that. No, I've got that guy. He's far away from me. He's searching 500 squares to try to get to me, and each step is okay. Let's get rid of this guy. Let's call this Norway cast. So maybe I should have the road look more like the floor squares instead of having it be something that looks completely different. I do want it to be really clear it's something you can walk on. Let's change this to a different material. Actually, looks pretty good. Yeah, that actually makes me immediately like it more. Oh, I just got another idea. I could have a directional pattern. Um, that doesn't look good, but let's see what else. I'm also picturing making these tiles 2 by 2. Because if I did that, I can enforce that they always have 2 lanes. Let me just see what that looks like. So if I use single squares for the tiles an issue I'd have is there'd be all these little divots in the road. I don't mind them for the ice. I don't know that I want those divots in the road though. So if I do 2 by 2, I don't get any divots. I can do some things like have a texture on the right side of the road that has maybe a slight curve to it, so it looks like it's pointing you to move in that direction when you're on the road. It might be better to have a little divider line down the middle of the road, and then it's got like a little bit of a joke to it. Really, there's people don't know how to walk. They need to have a little dividing line in the middle of the road to show which side they're supposed to be on. Kind of like that. I think visually it would look nicer than the thing that I thought of, where it's like there's a pattern that suggests one direction or another. I think I got it. Follow the same set of tiles as I did for the ice tiles, meaning like all the different interconnections. I'll follow that same pattern, but I'll make each tile 2 by 2. The sides of it, I'll go ahead and use the tile like I did. The top of it will have to be a different texture, and it's worth thinking about that just a little bit further, but I see it as a texture that has like a dotted line going down the middle, indicating that there's a right and left lane to the road. Let me see if I can get the road texture how I like it. Switch over to my left iMac, which is where I have some software for texturing. Cancel. Actually, I need to go to the librarian first. Alright, let's try path. Sounds interesting. Maybe. Could be some good paths. Kind of like this one. Another thing that could be fun is instead of just a line on the road, I could have like little like cones or something popping up out of the middle. Bumps. I don't think I want anything that looks too outdoorsy. Don't want to mix hexes with my grids. Yeah, sure. Let's grab this asphalt road thing. See what that looks like. Rocky road, I guess. Let's try that. Path. What else? Road. See what we got for road. Many different asphalts. Tile set road maker. Yeah, I don't think that's gonna be so great for me. Alright, that's a fair amount to play with. I'll go ahead and send those over to Filter Forge. Oh, wait a minute. Did I not send them? Oh, I think I did. Yeah, there we go. The asphalt road. Yeah, it's like all it's really given me is pretty basic texture here that's not going to be too interesting, plus a little dotted line down the middle. I don't think this one's that good. There's quite a few here I already had. that might be worth taking a look at. Yeah, this looks exactly like what I've actually got on the prototype I made already. Well, maybe not exactly like, but it's the same kind of thing. So let's try this. Portuguese floor. That one's kind of neat. Let's go with, let's try that one. A little darker. Is this one lighter? Seamless. Let me see what my image size, what that is. Let's go new image. No, that's good. 256 by 256. Maybe we'll go up a little bit more. Let's go 512 by 512. You know, what I'm picturing though now is there's a little stonework on the edges of this road, and it will match the wall stonework. It'll use the, I'll show you. So this edging here I like. The thing in the middle should not be more stones. It should be something like smooth asphalt. That's what I think. That's what I think right now. So this kind of intricate stonework, it's just like mixing two types of stonework together. It doesn't really look correct. If I'm going to have, yeah, I just, together it won't look right. So here's smooth concrete, which is maybe what I'm after. It doesn't look impressive when you look at it, but it would suffice, I think. And since I'm going to do something that's kind of just a real simple texture, I'll go down to 256, so it won't make as much difference. Okay. Let's find that asphalt. That's just the road one. Let's look at stone. All right. I'm also interested in the gravel ones, like a fine gravel that could do it too. Actually, whoever made this plugin, he did a pretty nice job on the paint. The paint looks like paint. It's not just a, like a solid color on top of the other stuff. Yeah, it looks like it's got layers to it, you know. Alright, there's the plain asphalt. Alright, let's just save that. I don't want to get too excited about those painted markers because it's going to be so hard to see the subtle niceties of it inside of the game. Okay, so let's take a look at this other stuff here. This looks kind of nice. That one looks really good tiled compared to the previous one I was looking at. Yeah, this one's a strong contender, let's call it. Pebbles. It's a cool texture. I don't think it's right for what I'm doing, but it's cool. Yeah, I don't like the dirt. I don't think I'm any place in the game right now where I want dirt. Cool texture, not right for me. Yes, not what I need. Okay, so I've got something to play with. I'll start trying them out. I'm gonna grab a quick snack and then I'll be right back. Let's go. Let me see. So let's go with let's get those textures and just kind of move them over and see what they look like without doing a lot of editing on them. Alright, how does that look? Not bad. Not bad. I think I would lighten it a little bit. But that's easily done. Okay, let's try another one. Not as good. There's the smooth concrete. It's got seamless. It works better. Doesn't look bad. I think I like the pebbles better, but let's see what else. Let's try this metal wall 3. Those look kind of nice. I don't know that I want to use it for the road, but I do like that texture. It doesn't seem like a likely surface to walk on top of. Just a metal road. It wouldn't have as much traction, you know. It just doesn't seem like the right texture, as much as I do like it. And I do like how it complements the floor. Let's try some other ones. This might be the one right here. Especially if I get a normal map there as well. Could look pretty good. Lighten it, get a normal map. Okay, that's my favorite so far. Portuguese is not bad. Cool pattern. It's not right. It's not right for this. Looks beautiful. I don't know if it's right, but it looks really good. Let's go back to, let's try steel plate real quick. It's just really dark. I can make it brighter though. Let me try that, because it's just not do anything. Nah. If it were lightened, would it look okay? It's not a bad texture. It's just doesn't really look like anything yet. go back to pebbles. Yeah, pebbles is my favorite. I think I'm gonna base this on pebbles. What do I want the divider thing to be? I don't want to use cone because cone will remind people of spikes, and spikes are universally death wherever you see them. Alright, that's starting to look like something. I think the edges I could make more interesting. Let me edit the pebbles in Photoshop to make them lighter. Make it lighter. Okay, let's do a normal map. Having a hard time telling if I got the light inverted correctly or not. Okay, so it's saying the light is coming from the bottom. I think it goes the other way. Yeah, that seems right. Alright, that's the crazy normal map at full strength. Let's go down to 0, and then it gets a little more less rambunctious. It gets less rambunctious. That's nothing. Let's get something. 0.1, 0.2, 5. Now it's starting to look gross. 2, 3, gross. 2, 1. Alright. It's little divots though. They look a little bit dull. Let me see if I can get them to pop better. Prism. Let's change this to, we got brass. Let's do some brass. Alright, let's go check it out. It's not bad. Yeah, I don't think the material I put on those divots is going to matter that much when they're so small. Maybe the normal map doesn't make it look better. That's one thing I should consider. So that's it doesn't seem to matter until when it does. It's like it's unlikable. So I don't notice it, and then when I do notice it, I don't like it. So I'm just taking it off. This might be my whole experience with normal maps in this particular game, by the way. Smooth this thing. Okay, one other idea. Could make the divots make them be lit. Let's get them all, change them to blue light half. All right, let's go check that out. That would make them self-lighting too, so if I send them through dark areas, it'll look okay. Let me try one other thing. They seem maybe like there's too many of them. So if I get rid of every other one, I think it's starting to get what I like. It's starting to get to something that will look good, I think. Let me try it with a little more bloom. Okay, so if I take these prisms and give them not the blue light half, but the full blue light. Then I hit play. A little more interesting to look at. I'm starting to like it. I'm actually starting to like it. So the next thing that's suggesting itself to me is I could just raise them up. I could raise them up a little bit. I could make a kind of, what do you call it? Like a stake, where they come up out of the ground just a tiny bit. That might look more interesting. And for that, I don't even need these prisms, to be honest. Let's go ahead and get rid of those. For this, we'll say it's going to be brass around the outside, with the topmost part of it will be the light. No, sorry, not the whole thing. Come on. Just the top. There we go. I got up too high. The shadow's not touching, which means they're floating up above. So let's get it down lower where it belongs. Let's just grab all of them. Okay, I got it. That's my road. What's the prototype for it? I still have to make about 16 variations of it for all the different potential ways it could be depicted. I might want to make it a little more complex than this. I don't know. You won't be able to see it though if I add more complexity. Yeah, you might be, I guess, like if it happens to be get that higher ledge up above you type of a situation. I don't know. I think we should keep it simple. This is it, I think, right here. I'm gonna try one more thing, which is just brightening the pebbles just a little bit further. Try that. Yeah, it looks better. I think maybe less metallic. It's probably as bright as I want to get it. Or as light as I want to get it. This is kind of a weird section of the level too. It's got this bright unidirectional light kind of beating down. Alright, I'm going to check it one more time in the game. That's nicer. Matches the floor better. Okay, one other idea. Suppose we had ramps. No. I decided I wanted to do it entirely different. And it kind of sent me back to the drawing board, but that's okay. So what I'm looking at now, Z, is instead of using a pathfinding algorithm at playtime, when the game is playing, use it at pre-processing time. So I'll figure out most all the pathfinding calculations. No, I'm not defeated. I'm just kind of I'm reset. So I'm off in like a different territory. So the first thing I set out to do is like I don't think it'll be that good of a result, and then I got excited about a different way of doing it. So I am actually pretty excited about the new way of doing it, but it is a lot of work. There'll be these roads all over the place, and if a creature is on a road, they'll get instructions that were created during pre-processing that tells them different points on the road they can go to that would get them to arrive at the destination that they want. Okay, that's that. I'm just looking at, like, what if I had ramps? Ramps seems like it'd be really cool, so let me just see. If I take this whole thing, let's call this a ramp. Turn it, what, 45? Negative 45. I suppose I could have just taken this guy and rotated it. Okay, never mind. Alright, so I'm going to take these guys. These are hard to get right. Alright, that's pretty good. Okay, so I take those. Alright. Yeah. Gotta see how crazy these ramps look, just to see if the idea is terrible or not. So I've got stairs already, and those are the way that you can go up and down, but this idea that when you're on the road it gives you more information than you normally would have, like whoever walks on it is smarter and knows how to go to places. To extend that to vertical travel, I was thinking it might make sense to have the roads go up and down too. Also, I think it just look cool, perhaps. May not be worth the trouble. But let me just do a little test run on it. I'm not going to get these perfect. All right. That looks pretty crazy already. It's so steep. Seems a little implausible. It's just going up so high, it doesn't look like you should be able to walk up it. It's kind of fun to walk up it once you realize you can. I don't know about the ramps. Ramps feel kind of out of control. Could make road stairs though. Road stairs, that's not as terrible of an idea. Let's get rid of the ramps. Stairs, get my let's see, stairs 2x4. Let's try that. No, that's not the right one. Put one here. down here. Oops. Text me. This is 57. see what that's like. Yeah, that's better. More sensible than the ramps. Okay. Alright, I think I understand what I want to do for roads now. Alright, I'm going to pick this point to stop the stream. It's a hard, large task that I'm taking on here. That's maybe why you see me pausing so much, thinking over things. I think I've got a pretty unique way of handling the pathfinding that'll be interesting and work well with the game. Yeah, so my wheels are turning hard here. Alright, I'm gonna stop the stream. Z and Kamikaze Toy, I don't know who's on right now. I can't really tell. You could have dropped in for a moment and then you took off, but if anyone's still on, thanks for joining, and I'll see you later. Stopping the stream.